I've got a question for you. Hey there, are you tired of that relentless struggle to make ends meet? Fed up with watching others live their dream lives while you're stuck in the cycle of scarcity? Well, hold on to your seat, because what I'm about to tell you is a game changer. Did you know that the words you utter today possess the incredible power to attract wealth into your life? That's right, 3 simple words can unlock the wealth you've always longed for. Hey there, are you Hey there, are you tired of that relentless struggle to make ends meet? Fed up with watching others live their dream lives while you're stuck in the cycle of scarcity? Well, hold on to your seat, because what I'm about to tell you is a game changer. Did you know that the words you utter today possess the incredible power to attract wealth into your life? Hey there, are you tired of that relentless struggle to make ends meet? Fed up with watching others live their dream lives while you're stuck in the cycle of scarcity? Well, hold on to your seat, because what I'm about to tell you is a game changer. Did you know that the words you utter today possess the incredible power to attract wealth into your life? That's right, 3 simple words can unlock the wealth you've always longed for. But before we dive into this, I've got a question for you. Do you have the guts to say these words with unwavering faith and conviction? Are you ready to take bold action and wholeheartedly embrace the principles of the law of attraction? Because remember, it's not just about saying those words. You've got to live them with every ounce of your being. Eric Butterworth, an American writer and speaker, was a pivotal figure in the New Thought movement. So, what did Eric believe? He was a firm believer in our power to co-create our own universe. So, are you ready to seize that power and transform your life? You have the power to transform your reality through the strength of your thoughts and consciousness. Eric perceived God not as an external entity, but as a creative force that courses through the very fabric of existence. Picture it. An incredible energy pulsating within you and all around you. Understand this truth. Every single one of us possesses a direct connection to an immense force, a gateway to boundless potential. And where does this extraordinary journey begin? In the depths of your mind. Break free from the constraints of limiting thoughts and wholeheartedly embrace the infinite possibilities that envelop you. Imagine a treasure chest filled with lots of good things like opportunities, love, and success. The way to unlock this treasure is in how you think. Change from thinking there's not enough to thinking there's plenty. The law of attraction works like a big magnet, pulling in exactly what you think and feel. It's amazing, isn't it? Think about this. Science tells us that everything, even your thoughts and feelings, is made of energy. When you send out good energy, it starts to shape the world you live in. Eric Butterworth had an interesting idea about how we think and feel. He said it's not some complicated idea. It's just about being in sync with your mind, body, and heart. Think of it like finding a calm and happy place full of love, joy, and success. It's not just about money and things you own. It's a way of living and thinking. Welcome all the good things into your life and enjoy all the great moments life offers. The law of attraction works its magic when we align our thoughts, emotions, and energy with what we desire. If we radiate positive vibrations, especially when it comes to money, the universe can't help but respond in kind. It's like the ultimate relationship between giving and receiving. Let me explain this better with an example. Listen closely as I share a powerful story. In the pursuit of wisdom, a determined young individual sought the guidance of a revered monk. He approached the monk with a burning question: "How can I attain wisdom?" Brace yourself, for what unfolds next will astonish you. The monk led the young person to a calm stream. Out of the blue, the monk briefly dumped the young person's head underwater. Imagine how the young one reacted. It wasn't pleasant. After coming up for air, they were upset and wanted to know why the monk did that. They couldn't figure out how it connected to wisdom. But here's where it gets interesting. The monk asked, "What did you want most when underwater?" The young person was confused and said, "To breathe, of course." The monk explained a deep truth. Wisdom is like an unending thirst for knowledge, much like the desperate need for air when you're low on breath. It's a constant desire to learn more, find answers, and grow on our journey. The young person realized that wisdom is more than just gathering facts. It goes deeper. It's about feeding the never-ending curiosity inside us, always eager for growth and new insights. Now let's talk about prosperity and how it's connected to progress. Just like poverty is a particular way of thinking and living, so is prosperity. They're like two different roads. One leads to having little, the other to having plenty. Remember, this separation is just a trick of the mind. Our thoughts and intentions shape our world. So, if we want to bring in money or achieve any other goal, we must see the bigger picture. Everything in our lives is linked together. Let me share a powerful truth with you. Your financial challenges often mirror the state of your inner world. It's like a reflection of your inner consciousness in the external circumstances of your life. When you feel overwhelmed or sense that something isn't quite right, it's because you're out of sync with the divine flow. Now, let's dive into the realm of money. Have you ever felt the weight of scarcity or perhaps doubted the worthiness of financial abundance? Let me assure you, we've all been there. But fret not, for I'm about to unveil 3 magical words that can liberate you from these negative emotions. Are you ready for the transformative words? Here they are. I accept, I deserve, I allow. Speak these words with unwavering conviction and behold the enchantment that unfolds. Step 1. Welcome abundance. As the first step on your path to financial change and personal growth, we encourage you to welcome the abundance the universe wants to give you. It's not just talk, it's a real thing. So, repeat these words. I accept, I deserve, I allow. By focusing on prosperity and abundance, you connect with positive energy. This abundance isn't just a dream. It's coming closer every day. Get your mind and heart ready to accept this gift. When it arrives, you'll be ready to ride it to financial success. Step 2. Affirm your divine worth. In the second step, we dig deep into who you are. You're not just a small part of the universe. You're an important part of something amazing. By recognizing your worth as a unique individual, you can break free from the negative thoughts that may be holding you back. This understanding is like the spark that ignites your journey to prosperity. Step 3. Connect to positive energy. The third step is all about creating a strong connection with positive energy and the spiritual world. This connection can be your source of strength and guidance as you move toward abundance. The surprising part is that when you build this connection with determination, you'll see prosperity start to flow into your life. The key here is mindfulness. You need to focus your thoughts and energy on positive outcomes. It's not just daydreaming. It's about matching your thoughts and actions with what you want. Being thankful for what you have already attracts more to your life. But the most important part is taking action. Dreams need action to come true. By consistently working toward your goals, you start turning the wheels of abundance. This transforms your life and allows prosperity to grow in every part of it. Keep in mind, my friend, that everything in this vast universe, including money and wealth, is constructed from the divine substance of God. By acknowledging its presence and welcoming it into your life, you can draw more of it to you.
I am worthy of being wealthy. I am a magnet for money, and prosperity is drawn to me. Money comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. I move from the poverty thinking to the abundance thinking. I am worthy of making more money. I am receptive and open to all the wealth that life offers me. I embrace new avenues of income. I welcome an unlimited source of income and wealth into my life, and I release all negative energy about money. Money comes to me easily and effortlessly. I use money to better my life and the lives of others. Wealth constantly flows into my life, and my actions create constant prosperity. I am aligned with the energy of abundance. I constantly attract opportunities that create more money. My finances are improving beyond my dreams. Money is the root of joy and comfort. Money and spirituality can coexist in harmony. Money and love can be friends. Money is my servant, and I am the master of my wealth. I am able to handle large sums of money, and I am at peace with having lots of money. I can handle massive success with grace. Money expands my life's opportunities and experiences. Money creates positive impacts in my life, and I am worthy of a wealthy life. Money comes to me in miraculous ways. The world is abundantly full of everything. There is no lack if I perceive lack in my life, and I am free to change that starting right now. I am free to replace my old programming concerning money with new, healthier thoughts. Money is everywhere in the world. The amount I have is not representative to how hard I work. Money can come from my job, from my investments, from my gifts, and almost everywhere. I do not need to work more to get more. I am willing to think differently about receiving money, and that starts right now. I am deserving of abundance in my life. I am a part of the universe, and I am willing to believe that the universe is infinite and abundant. I am willing to believe that I am infinite and abundant, just like the universe. And I know I was created as a being of love, of hope, of charity, of goodness, and that I am a reflection of the divine. There is nothing in me that is underdeserving of good. I am open to receive wealth in many ways. I was taught that there is only one way to receive money and wealth in my life, and I now see there are multiple paths to wealth and abundance. I am willing to travel more than one path to increase the amount of money in my life. I am the only person who is thinking in my mind right now. I can choose something different than I am experiencing in my life right now. And while it might feel strange to think differently, I am certainly entitled to do that. The more I give, the more I receive. And the more I receive, the more I give. I know that everything evens out, and therefore I am determined to send good into the world. That way, I'm going to be getting good back into my life. Just because I send out a message of giving, it doesn't mean I'm going to be getting back a message that I need to give even more. That is not how the universe works. When I give, I get back, and then I have even more reasons to give more out. It's a beautiful and peaceful cycle that works with everyone in the world. Life is abundant, and I am safe. I am willing to see the world as a safe and beneficial place to live. Others are more than welcome to view the world as full of fear and lack. I simply choose to live the way I believe. And if I choose to make my life focus on abundance, happiness, peace, cheerfulness, love, then I will bring more of these things into my life. I feel rich. I love money. Money loves me. I am attracting money now. I am very happy and grateful that money comes to me in increasing quantities from many sources on a continual basis. I am receiving money now. I have more than enough money. I am willing, ready, and able to receive money. I see abundance everywhere. I am a money magnet. I'm grateful for what I already have and for what I will receive, and I have all that I need. Money now comes to me from unexpected sources, and I am grateful. My income is growing higher and higher. I am a rich child of a loving universe, and I have the power to attract money. I receive money happily now. Money flows to me easily. I am sensible with money, and I manage it wisely. I allow my income to constantly expand. I always live in comfort and joy. I realize that money is essential for me leading a good life, but I do not make it the number one priority in my life. The universe is the constant supplier of money for me, and I always have enough money to fulfill my needs, whatever activities I perform. My bank balance is increasing every day, and I always have enough money for myself. Money and I are friends, and our friendships will never fall apart. I am a money magnet towards whom money is constantly attracted. Every day, I am attracting and saving more and more money. Money is an integral part of life, and it never is away from me. I am debt-free as money is constantly flowing into my life. My money consciousness is always increasing and keeping me surrounded by money. I am focused on becoming rich. Attracting money is easy. My bank account's worth is always growing. Money is good. Money is energy. I am fully supported in making money by doing what I love to do. Money comes comes to me through expected channels and unexpected channels. My income automatically rises higher and higher. I am open to the best things in life. My wallet is overflowing with money. Life is so easy. I welcome money into my life. I am open and ready to let money into my life. Money is in my life, and it is as natural as eating, drinking, and sleeping. My pockets are full of money. My positive money thoughts are coming true. The universe always serves my highest interests, and I always get whatever I need financially. Success is mine. I accept it now. I love having money. There is enough for everyone. There is more money in the world than there ever has been, and there is enough money to go round. I attract my true self-worth. I am becoming more. I attract money naturally. The more I contribute for others, the more money I will make. The more I enjoy life, the more money I will make. The universe constantly supplies money to me. I always have enough money to fulfill my needs. Money and I are friends. Money is flowing to me. Money flows easily into my life. I attract money, and I am attracted to money. I love money. I enjoy making money, and I strive to have fun in every aspect of my work, whatever activities I perform. Money flows to me easily, frequently, and abundantly. I have the power to attract money. I place no limits on the amount of money. I can make it. I attract money naturally. My bank account is filled with money. I have an endless supply of cash. I attract money everywhere I go. Today is the day of my amazing good fortune.
cherish our good wolves inside of us and not the good bad wolves, bad thoughts, because we resonated, even if we cannot realize it. We resonated with our thoughts, and we are thinking something, and then we are our words, follow our thoughts. And it's important. So in this new year, maybe it's a new year for some, maybe it's just another day that we can continue, the trajectory, continue the journey. And yes, it's always good to have a hope of new things, of new horizons, and new thoughts too. If we have some bad, we can start with one step, one thought, one side. I have to be good for myself. If I wanted to love others, each other, I have to love myself first. This is my first task in this new year. And maybe the new year, night is a chaos for some people, and so much expectation of so small time, like as everything could change in a moment. And yes, we can change everything in a moment, but this moment have to wait for many thousand moments to become, as the perfect moment. The perfect moment in our lives requires, ask to many, many moments as today, as now. And now has the taste of forever. And it is the important. We have a keep all of this in this space now make me understand how important the words are. And sometimes to have a good words, we need to do the silence first, because how much things in life, or maybe even problems, we can have not to deal if we just stop a moment and say, hey, wait a minute, I have to understand my thoughts and not just to repeat it to the world, and change what I can change and accept what I cannot change. And yes, to look for the connection is important. And sometimes the silence is so important. It's the half part of the words, Silence and words is the same coin. And I am very grateful to have this time and this space that make me put my thoughts in order. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes I am distracted with the app, with X, with post, with, and I have to remember, wait a minute, you are in the silence hour space. Don't do that with me. Don't do that with you, Be honest. Try to be in silence. Why so hard? Why we need to answer? Why we need to be in ration, have the reason, yes, to be right. No, I don't want it to be right. But yes, I want to do the right things and to be in the right direction. Thank you so much, guys, to listen me. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Yvonne. That was really beautiful and sweet. And I love what you said about this moment or now, taste of forever. That was beautiful. And, when you have recursive thoughts, thoughts that are just repetitive, it's really helpful. You're only overwhelmed by the thoughts because you're focusing on them. Take your focus, your attention, and put them, the easiest thing for me is to put it into the body. Take your focus and pay attention to the breath, or pay attention to whatever sensation is happening in the body. Go into that sensation, the feeling, and focus on that. And, you know, it's kind of a catch-22 because the thoughts will become silent as you pay attention to the sensation of the breath or whatever you're choosing to pay attention to. The thoughts will become silent. And then if you suddenly notice that there's no thoughts, then they come back to the foreground, right? So it's a question of just not worrying about the thoughts. You don't have to control them. You can just choose to shift your focus to a different focus. And the focus on the breath or what's happening in the body is being in the focus of now, of the present moment. Whereas thoughts are kind of like a little bit of an alienating wall between you and the immediacy of the direct experience of what's happening right now, right? They sort of create this sort of separation. So just as soon as you focus on something happening in the now, for instance, the breath, is, you know, the most basic element, that's always going to be in the present moment. And that's going to help you forget about the thinking. You're going to be in the present moment with the sensations of the body. Hermit and then Jesus.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. The other side of it is that we use our words, whether written or verbally, to fill space, you know, with vibration. And so when we are holding that power, we're able to then also work through and deal with the vibrations, the words that fill our inner space. And so like we are going on every now moment, collecting new things in thought form and otherwise. And then we're like taking some of these things and we're just kind of throwing them in the room, you know, like to deal with other things as they come along. And so we're filling that inner space. So giving silence, and silence to our outer, you know, our outer world is what I'm talking about here, because we don't have to necessarily have silence in our inner world. We're just creating the space of silence in our outer world so that we can like walk into that cluttered room and start organizing it and get all those things that we picked up along every now moment, decide what we want to do with them, if they're worth keeping, and do we toss that back into entropy and allow that to like dematerialize and become some other thing, or do we hold on to that for some time because it serves us and it serves something else that we need? But like, you know, in that silence, when we organize that space, because we created that space outside of ourselves, so you know, those subtle vibrations within become loud and clear, and it's easy to discern what needs to be done there, you know. And then when we have that organization within, and then we can have that silence within and without, there's a beautiful balance in it, and a unity that takes place there, where the voices of discernment and insight and compassion and empathy resonate very loudly within us. The voice of wisdom is our guide, and you know, our awareness is able to encompass all of that because we've released any hold on anything outside and within. But yeah, it's a beautiful thing to experience, and that's one thing that I was talking about in the conversation recently, and why I shared it to the bulletin board up there is just because Bella and I were talking offline, and then this is something I told her, but we were talking about the word, and you know, I feel that all of creation was founded truly on a word, the vibration of a word that is sustaining ever forward and ever perpetually in this now moment. And all of creation is in its greatest sense of perfection in this now, every now. There is no perfection to get to. There's no perfection to come from. There is only the now, and that is the greatest state of perfection that exists. And that all we can do is take something that's crude and make it more beautiful in the process. But even then, that now and that thing we made that exists, that's transitory in this now, its transitory nature is the rarity of it. Our transitory nature, our persona, that thing that we want to kill off, call ego, it's our friend. It's a rare gift. It's a rare gem. It knows it's only here for a time and there will never be another like it. And what a gift, what a treasure. So, take no part of ourself and cast it off. You know what I mean? Integrate it, unify it. It was whole to begin with, and it is only our mind that made it separate. So now it just takes our mind to reunify and create and fill the void that it created by created an opposing identity, a separateness. So anyway, not sure where I was going with all that and where all that came from, but it was for the here and the now. And I appreciate you all listening, and much love.
It's all good, Hermit. The present moment is perfection. It's the culmination of everything coming together in this moment, this eternal moment. And speaking of moment, I have to go take care of some duties, household duties. But Hermit, if you're willing to stay as co-host, I will just leave the phone here and you can continue on with this discussion. Are you all right with that?
You got it. Got you.
Okay. I'll hopefully be able to pop back in. Jesus, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Terry, and Yvonne, Hermit. I thought there was a lot of wisdom in what you just said. Each one of you, there's such power, isn't there, in focusing on the now, on the present. I'm reminded of that popular quote, the past is history, the future is a mystery, today is a gift, and that is why it's called the present. And I mean, look, we can become so caught up in the stress of everyday life. If you're working a 9 to 5, if you've got kids, if you've got family, especially over the Christmas period, a lot of people are just stressed out, thinking about how am I going to afford this, financial worries, mental health concerns. But look, you just need to take a step back from all of it and just focus on the fundamental elements of life. And what you were saying about stripping it all back, just focusing on the breath, that's powerful. And Hermit, I noticed you said that it was the words that brought about everything, and I totally agree with you. It says in the scriptures that God spoke the worlds into existence. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So, yeah, I mean, look, that's fundamentally the reason why any of us are here, is because of that word that was spoken, and it's eternal, as you say. It's not. It's outside of time and space. We can't be constrained by those sort of concepts. This life is temporary, and there is a bigger picture, and that bigger picture is eternity, which we will spend with our Creator. So thank you for having me, thank you for your wisdom, and God bless you all. I'll be praying for you in this new year.
Thank you, Jesus. That was awesome. Beautiful wisdom yourself too, and good energy I sense in your vibration too. Thank you. Very welcome. Yeah. this, is there any other creature that speaks a word that originates the word from itself? No, because we were created in the likeness, the macro and the micro, right? We are the micro of the macro. And that word is sustained. And what's interesting is that when you look at so many of the ancient scriptures that talks about these choirs and choruses of angels that are singing like forever, they never stop singing. They're carrying, and the spirit through me is telling me that this is synonymous of this resonance, this perpetuating. The angels are perpetuating the word of creation indefinitely, so that there's a actual function in the spiritual aspect or the spiritual layer of all that is, where these primordial beings of mind and spirit, we call angels, that like are there to carry and perpetuate the word of creation indefinite. And that's their entire job. I think that's amazing, and here we are. Like, who cares if we're alone in the universe? I mean, look at ourselves in comparison to all other things. Sure, a parrot can parrot a bird and a human. Doesn't mean it understands what love is, because it can repeat the word, right? And so we take a thought form, we marry it with our spiritual energy of the quality of personality and sense, and we bring that, into existence through the power of word. And it's through the power of word that we remember our history, that we plan and build for the future, that we stay organized, that we keep each other in alignment, in communication with each other. So many things, and really underestimated. And that's why when we're writing, we're spelling, right? Spelling, casting those spells. Anyway, I'm doing a whole lot of talking here in a silent space, so I'm going to get back to that. seeking some internal silence and are struggling with the process, and maybe you're overwhelmed with a lot of clutter mentally. A practice I kind of developed as a kid. It's very simple but effective. I'll share with you. Two components for me that were the key components. It's in the building of my inner temple, and at the very core of this temple was a large, started just as a fire pit, turned into a furnace, right? And it's at the very center of this spiraling spire with spiral staircases going up each side, and it's a library. And so when I was a kid, I was so empathic and so intuitive, and I would pick up so many people's emotions and thoughts and my own, and it was so confusing, and I would get visions of things to come, and I was just like, didn't know what was real and what was not. So I would sit as a 9-year-old learning to meditate and breathe, count my breaths, and I would focus on each thought. I would allow each one to come through, and I would just focus on that specific thought and feeling. And I would just decide right there and then, like, how is this serving me? What is this? Is this fear-based? Is it whatever? Is it filling me with doubt? Then it goes into the fire. And like by the action of it going into the fire, like I mentally put just a little effort behind it and said, okay, what's done is done. I'm not thinking about it again. So like moving on, right? And I reinforce that by moving on to the next thought, feeling, complex. And I would just spend time with it and evaluate it. And then if it was something that was maybe stemming from a memory or something that I wanted to keep, I'd roll it up into a little scroll or book, and I would like just send it up onto the shelf in the library. And I would just take that time in silence, and I would just organize every single one of those thoughts and feelings until I was asleep or until there was no more. And I went through that process from the time I was 9 till I was 14, when there was finally no more. But, you know, it's in that process, I also learned the different types of frequency of these thoughts, feelings. What's a daydream? What's something my mind invented that's different than what the universe is telling me or what spirit is bringing and calling to me? This is what my faculty of empathy is telling me, and it's telling me that it's actually that person that it's coming from, because my awareness is expanded to encompass these things, you know? So it can really sharpen things and hone things, our ability to recognize and also find that mental state of silence when we've resolved it all and we've practiced that. And it's just like another thing that becomes muscle memory. So hopefully that's helpful. And just, you know, keep the stuff you want, the things that don't make any sense and confuse you, cause you doubt, fear, and anxiety. Toss it into the flame and move on. And then just keep doing that until there's nothing left. And remember to breathe. Keep breathing. It's also easy to get frustrated when we get into a war with thoughts and we want them to go away and we're trying to force them out. And this is never going to work because the object you're hunting makes you the hunter. And you can't not be the hunter if you're hunting. So that's why we have to let the thoughts work themselves out or transmute them in some way.
thought she'd be in here.
Have not seen her.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt again, but can you tell me what we're doing, please?
We're just enjoying some time together in silence and occasionally saying something if it's called to do so, within us, but trying to keep just the energy of peace and contemplation. And the thing is that, like I was saying about going to war with those thoughts, like some thoughts we want to keep, some thoughts we want to explore and dwell on. So that clearing the clutter gives us more space within to really explore those thoughts that we want to hold in our awareness.
You know what, Hermit? It's funny. It sounded like you said dots, and that's what my name is.
That's my laziness in using words. I don't enunciate quite as well as I should, and I should practice that more often. But I slur a lot because I'm just like, maybe it's the California kid in me, but yeah, that's it. I can move the lips more though and make them work, I guess. As a hermit, they don't get a lot of exercise though, usually, unless we're in spaces. So they need exercise anyway.
You have a beautiful backyard with a sea passage. You should get out there and walk around. I'll walk with you in spirit.
The best lip exercise is a smile. But be careful, they're contagious.
Talking about lip exercise, silly. I'm talking about walking with you in your garden.
We can walk to the trampoline.
To the trampoline? How do you know about the trampoline? That's not my trampoline.
The trampoline that I bought for my kids that they barely ever use, that I get more use out of. It's about the only exercise I get these days.
The trampoline next door to me isn't set up for the children to use. Setting it up shortly, I hope.
Is this another account, or did you change your name?
No, I did not change my name. It's still Jelaine, but I put a dot up there, and I did change my avatar a while ago. But the account that I use, there's other accounts floating around Twitter that I can't even use, so this is the only one I use.
Now I understand the dot.
I don't even understand the dot. I don't even know why it's just a dot.
Didn't you say that was your name?
My name is Jelaine. If you click on my avatar, you'll see my name.
No, you said your name was Dots earlier.
It sounded like when you were thoughts, it sounded to me like you were saying we're hunting dots. Isn't that silly? I get so silly sometimes. I'm sorry.
So you're saying that you thought I was projecting and that I meant we were hunting
Oh,
you?
no, not at all. It's just that I hear things that aren't being said.
I'm totally teasing you.
I hear things that aren't being said, and I'm like crazy like that.
People hear lots of things I didn't say, but say I said them. So yeah, I get that too. Just the other way around. I really wish I could play my drum in these spaces because I really want to right now, but it just doesn't come through. Just the spaces like make it sound all funky.
Well, why don't you hum a tune? Even though the instrument is not silence, I find that the instrument is as effective as silence in the sense that I don't really play with a plan or like a specific song, or I'm working on things that are kind of in development, like that I play and I like, and it's almost like my soul song is being expressed when I play, and I'm just kind of figuring out what that song is and making it into a song. But you know, it's a journey, and and it's all in the now, and so it just expresses itself in the now, and you know that's why I like to do that, because it's just that external vibration, and there's no anticipation. The mind doesn't like expect to hear a certain melody or a certain bar or a certain thing, so whatever comes next is a surprise. And you know, I find that it's almost like being in that nexus point in the now, where we're internalizing and sitting with our inner world, but expressing the inner vibrations outwardly, and it's a beautiful experience. And I like to share that with all of you, and that's why I record what I do. And there's lots of mistakes in there, but it's not about that. You know, it's tweaking and testing and trying and just being in the moment, just going with the flow. And yeah, I sure wish it would come through on these spaces nicely. Well, I was feeling, can you hear me? I was feeling a bit uneasy, but now I don't even know what you said, but it resonated with me, so now I'm feeling at ease.
It's just the vibration of my voice. I'm at ease, so, and nothing can perturb me or disrupt that ease. So I'm drawing your vibration in alignment with my vibration. It's natural.
Oh, okay.
You're drawing my vibration into your vibration.
And your vibration is moving into my vibration, same thing, vice versa. I mean, it's all just a change in awareness perspective, really. But yeah, that's what these spaces are. We're like transcending 3D, right? The limits of space no longer affect us. We are operating in a new dimension of time, navigating this now, transcending the limits of three-dimensional space to be present with one another. So we are as close to each other's vibration as we could be in terms of sensing them, I think, outside of being right next to each other. But even that can be, there's a lot of distractions with our physical senses. When we see something with our eyes, we tend to discount what we don't see. And because all we see here is avatars, then we give the priority of our senses to our ears. And that's what we listen to with our hearts. And so when it comes through, our hearts catch it.
So when you were talking about the thing for your children, I forgot the name now. The jumping thing. I'm sorry, it just slipped my mind.
The tramp.
Yeah, the tramp. Yeah, the tramp. The trampoline is laying on the ground. You must be right next door to me. That's really convenient. So if you come outside and play your drums, I can join you.
No, my trampoline's not laying on the ground. It's on the ground, but it's on, it's constructed.
Yeah, but you can't jump on it because it's not on the legs.
Mine is on the legs. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, all right.
Stop trying to get me to come over, Jelaine. And, I know you.
You do?
Yeah, you're trouble.
I'm trouble for who? I'm not trouble for anybody. Mind my own business here where I live. Don't I?
Mm-hmm. You got some serious trickster god energy going on in you.
Well, that may be so, but I love my friends and I love all of humanity.
So does the trickster gods. If they didn't, they wouldn't have anybody to play tricks on.
Uh-oh, that sounds serious. There's some beautiful woods behind me.
That's what I mean, see? You went there.
I look back there all the time past the chain link fence, but yesterday I saw an ancient forest back there.
There's guaranteed to be a fairy tree back there.
I have a fairy ring in my yard with trees. There were some crazy neighbors living on the other street, and so that's why I won't go back there, because I don't know if they're still living, yet alone living there. I don't know. They're probably still living. What do I know? I heard gunshots back there one evening when I got home. And I don't know what's going on back there, so that's why I won't go back into the woods. Really big boom, boom, like cannons. I'm like, what the hell's going on back there? And I think maybe the police were blowing up some meth labs or something. I'm trying to figure it out. You know, I don't get the whole puzzle put together at the same time. I get pieces.
I was out binge watching like something last night. I don't know what it was, but something not important. And I heard all these explosions going off, and I'm like, okay. They're taking over, so time to arm up. Right? They're taking over, so time to arm up, right? Like, I look at the clock. New Year's Eve. That's right. It's fireworks.
Yeah, they had lots of fireworks going off around here last night. It was beautiful, though. I enjoyed it, and there's apparently a Latino or Mexican family that lives on the other street. They had music going, and I enjoyed listening to it. It was going pretty late, like half the night. I fell asleep. It didn't bother me at all.
It's my favorite kind of music. It's the party I'd be at.
Well, maybe next time I'll join you.
Sí. Vamos a bailar.
I don't speak Spanish, but I can understand a little bit. Not too much. Nobody gets jealous when I show up because I'm 500 pounds. Outside, it's warmed up a little bit. It's beautiful in the sunshine. You know, I really would love to go back in the woods, but I won't go back there. Not without my son. He's an Army veteran, so I'll go back there with him and a few of his buddies, maybe. feed the feral cats, and Tuxedo Cat is sitting on the other. No, she's sitting on my side of the fence. I don't know if it's a she or he. Oh, yeah. They're beautiful cats. I get them fixed so they don't keep reproducing. Think that's a good idea?
Always a good idea to maintain population and domestic, because these are domesticated. They're our responsibility. If they were wild, that'd be another story. But I think because then they have their wild tendencies, and then when they reproduce, they succeed and survive in the wild. But the domestic animals, I think we need to be more responsible. They're quite dependent on us.
Yeah, guess what I named my dog? Logan. And sometimes I call him Logie, and it sounds like Loki. I don't even want to call him Loki. He'll be more trouble than I am.
When you think about this now moment, it's really just stretched out over this thing we call time. And that time is the essence of experience. Imagine that all of your entire life was just available. Imagine you experienced it all in the now at once. Every thought, every pleasure, every pain, every heartache, everything. It would be just a jumbled, confusing mess. And time stretches out the now so that we can really get down and experience the sensations and be able to separate them into periods of cause and effect, or chains of cause and effect, more or less, and periods of growth. So in that sense, time, though illusory as it is, there's a very practical function. And really, maybe it's just about something moving slower than faster. But I can't make this.
I'm sorry. It feels really slow right now. Even there's no such thing as time, but it still feels slow. And boy, are my ears ringing too.
I have that going on in both ears all the time, like a Tibetan singing bowl, nonstop.
Yeah, I usually have it going on all the time, but right now I'm in the backyard and it's real high pitch. It doesn't hurt my ears though, It's a really, really high pitch. That could be a good or a bad thing, It doesn't bother me. It makes me sleepy sometimes. Oh, I gotta go get back in the house. I'm making more coffee. Get over here. Come on. Willowbree would come back in.
Hi. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna close down the space. I'm just too busy with what's going on here in the house. But thank you for being here. Take care, everybody.
If you talk to Willow, her back, please.
Take care.
really crazy, that, it's like, and I just kept saying, like, I don't really care, I'm like pretty old. I'm 60, and I guess I'll find out for sure when I die. But to me, it just was insane. It's like, they couldn't answer my questions, like the obvious things, but like they were like, well, you got to answer this math question, right? And I'm just like, well, if it was simple math, I think they would have come up with that, like years ago, right? Like, but it's all good.
Thank you, Lori. Again, I'm going to put out into the room for anybody who may be new here. I challenge you this year to embrace your cuntiness. Literally, maybe get it on a t-shirt. I am a cunt. Deal with it. Choose your words wisely. I am responding with cuntiness. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. I'm an idiot today. Well, welcome to the shit show. The next person with their hand up is Dakini. You have the floor.
Oh, no, it was label free me, actually, before
sorry.
Dakini. That's okay.
So sorry. Go ahead.
Well, this
Times, and now the New York Times says, well, then you kind of stole it, right? Personally, I think we might have to rethink these things, copyright and things like that. I'm not sure, but I don't want to go too long here. Yeah, that's kind of their positions.
Yeah, I agree. I just thought it was a bit interesting that they were probably using those tools themselves, and it was okay then, but now it's not okay.
Well, Raid probably not. Raid made a point out of he never uses this stuff. He just doesn't like it, right? He says Midjourney wouldn't probably even work if they didn't steal our work, right? That's his position, and he doesn't want to use AI, period.
Interesting take. Definitely want to go to that, but I think, we had Death Ranger who was waiting to speak, but he jumped down. So let's go to Madness. Go ahead, Madness.
I'm just going to continue this, and Alex, it's beautiful to hear your voice, my friend. If you and It's Me haven't met before, that's awesome as well. I mean, yeah, just a great space. These are the considerations that, as I think it was Andrew or maybe EG in the last space, but these are the considerations that we have to consider, is that we're in this spot. We are the people having these conversations. Many of us are either connected or we're just, lone rangers out here. And I'm sorry that Death left before he got to ask his question as well. But I think that, and I've studied Gary's work pretty much half my life, which is really awesome that he's involved in these conversations. And Robert, obviously, I've met through these spaces, and Andrew, it's nice to meet.
Regardless of our tranny military you get shown on TV, we have a lot of boys and girls that are wielding big guns with real authority. That note, I'll be quiet. And Ray had her hand up. She took it down. Ray, you got anything you want to add or read? I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to get sidetracked if you guys were still talking on, one subject in regards to the names. But James had mentioned a video that was out where somebody was basically taken off the golf course.
Is anybody talking?
Yes, Rhea is talking. Who can't hear? Raise your hand. Who is it?
It's me, Luna. Sorry.
No worries.
Well, we'll dip you down and bring you back up, Luna.
I was just going to ask James if he noticed that it appeared that the guy's hands were, behind his back, but then when he got right up to get into the helicopter, he used his left hand to brace himself to get in. But it also looked like that maybe the Marine or soldier behind him swiped down his hands. So like maybe whatever they had his hands behind his back with was maybe loosened. I don't know. I just would like for you to go back and look at that video again. I'd be curious to know your thoughts.
Yeah, now you say that, I will. I'll go peruse it right now. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and I think it was Sugar next, then Luna and Turtle.
Hey, I'm gonna make it really quickly. Rosie, you brought up Kobe Bryant and the pharmaceutical company. That actually was a thing, but doing the research, Kobe Bryant was working really closely with the Clintons, and Kobe was actually exposing the human trafficking in Haiti, which they traveled to plenty of times. So if you can go into that, it's all over. The information is there. So I just wanted to clear that up because it's when we talk about like celebrities just like randomly dying, like George Carlin, like when he was exposing so much, his last stand-up was literally with like tombstones on the stage, like he knew he was gonna die for speaking out. So it's just like context clues that you just have to pay close attention to because it's always in plain sight. That's all.
En Allemagne, un astronome amateur a pu capter.
The way it was being dropped, it was, and when I watch educators, it is always a lot of information. So writing it down and taking it in. So I appreciate that tie through because it very much is woven, right? All of this information and all these crimes, they're woven together.
Yeah, and then when you use gematria, I always use gematria all the time for the numbers, and they always communicate with symbols and numbers, and because they know a lot of people don't know about it, and they do it in secret. So it's I love to break it down. It's just the kind of like the mind of how they think in perspective. So yeah, that's all. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for bringing it up. And I have to put a little humor into last night. Anyone who caught Biden from St. Croix, first of all, Joe wearing the bedazzler dress, and them talking about how he likes chocolate ice cream, chicken, and pizza. When are the people going to get it? They were like, hello.
Yeah, are you talking about the Bidens, like when him and Jill did their like Happy New Year scenario?
Yes, last night.
Did you see the seam on Jill's neck there? Did you see that, Rosie?
I was looking to see from the seam. She looked awful, but I was so busy looking at the bad glamour jewels on her that I didn't catch, I guess.
I'll post these. I took screenshots of this shit, and the guys, wherever I got it from, they circled everything. So check it out. I'll post it down below. It's pretty interesting.
Thank you.
But yeah, Luna, go ahead, and then we'll go to Turtle.
Okay, thank you guys for the mic again. Sorry about the St. James thing. I must have a John on my mind. But I think you got it. So Sugar, Megan Walsh is dropping a lot of information about the Potter stuff. I think it was you that said that. Excuse me if I'm wrong. But her third child is Kanye West's best friend. And he's the guy who does like all of the Trump raps and everything like that. That's the father of her third child. She is closely related and knows a lot of things about that. And Turtle, I wanted to mention something about what you said about Natalie. And I have the book. I was very fascinated with Charles Manson. And I have the book with Coroner, the LA coroner that did all of the like La Bianca autopsies and stuff. He did Natalie Wood. He also did Marilyn Monroe and all of these famous people in LA. And it's fascinating how one guy had his hands on all of these mysterious deaths. If you could find it, it's called Coroner, and I think the guy's name is John Lee. And so I wanted to tell you guys a story. So I live in Florida, and in the early 2000s, I had a very successful massage therapy business, and I used to go to the island all the time. I had some pretty great clients. One of them is on that black book that was released. So her name is Cornelia Guest. I don't have a problem mentioning her name. She's on the black book. And she was a great client, and her mom was CZ Guest. CZ Guest was a muse in the 1950s. She was in Vogue magazines for being this fashionista, and you could look it up. C, the letter C, Z, the letter Z, Guest. She ended up having an affair with Peter Lawford from the Rat Pack. And her husband, who is Winston Guest, a very high-level banker, cut her out of the will, gave everything to Cornelia. And when she was dying of cancer, I used to go over and help her. She lost all of her hair and everything like that. It was pretty sad at the end of her life. But she was the godmother to JFK Jr. So we were talking. I was like, oh, my God, that's so sad. What happened? And she goes to me, are you kidding me? He had no business in that plane. He knew better than to fly on that night. What the hell was he doing up there? I was like, okay, hit a nerve. And the last known tower that had his plane sighting was in Westerly, Rhode Island, in a town called, well, it's Westerly's where the tower is, but there's a whole nother rabbit hole to go down in that town. It sits on ley lines, and Taylor Swift happens to have a house there. But anyway, I put a link into the pill about who Winston Guest was. In fact, my friend Cornelia, who ended up leaving the States and going to France and being the ambassador for Borghese, she lived in France for quite some time. I don't know why she would want to leave the States. But her godparents were Edward and the American that he married. Remember Edward, who was thrown off the throne? Those are her godparents. So they go directly to British royalty or lineage and everything like that. And I remember going into the house, because I would go over there, and the books that were on the wall were all these old school, leather-bound books. It was pretty amazing to see. But that's just a little story about what was happening here in the early 2000s and who these people were. So with that, I'll land it.
That's a great story. And yeah, the reason I know about Natalie Wood is allegedly my dad's best friend was the person who gave the polygraph examinations to Wagner and Walken that night in LA, and he allegedly came to my house and got drunk after he got home. So I heard about all sorts of things like that. But what I wanted to get back to, I finally deciphered my own scribble that I had just written 1 minute previous before I forgot about it. There's at least one person in any big room like that that's literally risking their life to infiltrate the people that are the infiltrators of society. So, I can understand names being left off of that list. If it was somebody that's made a living out of infiltrating those types of organizations and risking their lives to break it up from the inside, or at least get as much information or see who's participating from the outside looking in without having a video going. That just has to be taken into consideration too. And then somebody mentioned George Carlin. Oh shit. I mean, he was in the club. He did get help getting to where he was, to be the biggest person he was. I'm not saying he did anything wrong, because I don't think he would. And that's when I think he turned on them. So I do believe he was in the club, and then he left the club, and then he kept doing what the hell he was doing, and you just don't do that. And that's when the tombstones started getting put up at his last thing, because when you turn on them, they'll give you a date. They'll give you a date to get your shit in. I mean, they'll literally give you a fucking date of when your fucking bill is due. And you can either blow it off or think you can do things to move that date forward or backward, or or to, and you think it's a joke, or you think it might not be that way, and then some people take it very seriously. But I think they're issued a date. Let's just say.
Yeah, Joe, did you want to jump in, dude?
Yeah, I had something in the Jumbotron for people to watch that's through the CIA and like predictive programming, things like that. I wanted to point out that there is somebody earlier had said something about a specific racial group, and I wanted to point out that it's not that. Many of these people that hold positions of power, like for example, the music industry, a lot of people don't realize this Marilyn Manson guy and like Rob Zombie, people like that have a lot of power. These people are Satanists, real Satanists. For anybody who doesn't know about this, there is a band in Poland. Their lead singer was actually part of the Polish parliament, and he's a Satanist, an outspoken Satanist. And it's the issue here is this dark occult.
Which one was that? Man, I didn't hear you. One more time.
The name of the band is Behemoth.
Oh, okay, yeah, and I covered another band named Decapitated before. That was a great band, but it had a similar story. I was wondering if that was the same one you were talking about, but I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's fine. Actually, it's a big issue in the music industry. I had friends involved, well, not involved, but like had like record deals and things like that. And they said that it was an issue. And I mean, these guys were like big into like satanic death metal, and even they were, pushed away from the scene. If anybody wants any real information on that, I'd delve into like Aleister Crowley, stuff like that, Anton LaVey, Michael Aquino. This is where most of the information is. If anyone's unaware of the name Michael Aquino, he was one of the founders of the Temple of Set, and he was also I believe he was the head of a psychological warfare operation, like a team, like a mind war. Yeah, psychological warfare. But he was the head of that group. Yeah, this occult aspect of things is something that people overlook, and I'm not talking to host and co-host, most of the people here understand, but for anyone else in the spaces that still doesn't understand, it really is that, and it's just as crazy to me as it might sound to anyone else. That's it.
And I know that's true, and I believe it's true wholeheartedly.
I'm delighted today, for the first time, to be able to have the Weather Channel have a look at what's happening for the first time in history, actually, really just the in the high seas.
And I had met him through
Thank you so much, Gillian. And we've got wonderful new technology here at the Weather Channel, and we are able to deliver a point forecast for the Arctic high seas. Temperatures will, for the most part, only get up into the negative 20s Celsius through the entire week.
And I said, I asked this of all the producers I meet.
On July 2nd, 2020,
many producers
an arrest was made.
FBI agents arrested Ghislaine Maxwell yesterday, nearly 1 year to the day after Epstein was arrested.
There's this rumor going around.
All signs pointed to this particular incident being the story of our time.
I think a lot of people are wondering, the big question overall is, what does Ghislaine Maxwell know about what Jeffrey Epstein is alleged to have done?
Master that way, the master's cursed.
Unfortunately, most of the public opinion in the U.S. is controlled by media corporations. So as soon as the coverage of Ghislaine's arrest ended, Social media stopped discussing it, and the coronavirus took center stage.
Dow is set to open about 15 seconds from now. It is expected to surge on positive coronavirus vaccine news. You can watch the big board as it opens this morning.
But among all the gossip and brief media coverage, a crucial aspect of Maxwell's story has gone largely unnoticed, the implications of which, and the groups that surround it, are as vast as they are mysterious. This is Ghislaine Maxwell's Terramar Project.
If you want to look up who he is, that's on you. But
according to the New York Times, Terramar was a, quote, opaque organization that had no offices and gave no grants to other organizations.
He's just a really good producer.
And shortly after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, Terramar officially announced their closure. But what was the Terramar Project?
And then if you ever
At first glance, it would appear that the now infamous Ghislaine Maxwell had a soft spot for the environment.
We have created 5 gigantic gyres of plastic and garbage that swirl in the open ocean. This is the largest fishing net. It fits 12 Boeing 747s in its mouth. We don't know very much about the ocean, actually, it turns out. Less than about 1% of it has been explored. So however you feel about the creatures in the ocean, the more of them that we have, the better, the healthier, and the more resilient is our ocean.
One can easily agree with the sentiment of protecting the environment. But as you're about to see, Maxwell's Terramar Project isn't just about, quote, protecting the oceans, but controlling and owning them.
So the ocean is the next frontier. It's the next big debate. It's the next big grab of space.
The person who has been the inspiration behind the Sustainable Ocean Alliance,
just correlates. Like
has something
Michael Jackson's Dangerous album, it looked like in the Dangerous album, I think it's like on the right-hand corner, the lower right-hand corner, you have Aleister Crowley. Beatles had Aleister Crowley.
To tell us how we can own the ocean.
I think one of the members actually bought Aleister Crowley's house, and Aleister Crowley's house is called the House of
Ownership and control of the world's oceans carries with it all kinds of possibilities. Most of the human population has no idea what's going on in the depths of the sea. Maxwell, however, knows a thing or two about the high seas.
These celebrities who speak out, they haven't on TV, became mesmerized with the ocean, that led to me becoming a deep worker submersible pilot.
But surely Ghislaine's ties to child trafficking have no relation to her, quote, Terramar Project. But this perspective begins to break down as soon as one browses the individuals and groups associated with the organization. According to Maxwell's recent testimony, Jeffrey Epstein supplied her with funding for Terramar.
I think it was on NBC
but that's
with
obvious,
John Kerry.
Right? But if we move along, we see that this picture shows Maggie Nixon with Barack Obama.
I'm sorry,
the same Maggie Nixon pictured here.
And ironically, he died of a heart attack. I mean, what are the odds of that? Matthew Perry,
who was in a film that was created by oceanographer Sylvia Earle.
So why they chose Matthew
Ever
Perry?
since I met Sylvia, I was absolutely enamored with her. Just really inspired with her love of the ocean and of exploring and creating like short films for each host spot.
Some certain things that they don't
Great to see you. You know, there's so many of your constituents who are out there that
Joan Rivers,
most people don't even know about.
I had a question for you, and that is, what's it like going down 1,000 meters?
I'd love to show you.
Huh? I've done some diving, but I think right around 100, I kind of say, okay, it's time to turn back.
This is the same Sylvia that in early 2019 said, quote, I am thrilled to be a founding citizen of Terramar.
That's all I wanted to say. That's all. Thank you so much.
Maggie Nixon was the granddaughter of Agnes Nixon, creator of the
you can jump in, Luna, and I think everyone up here, maybe we can try and just do a kind of free flow. Just when you drop the mic, let's give people a second to...
Fuck you, Canadian.
And is the daughter of Sarah
Nixon. Fuck you first and foremost, Turtle. I guess I forgot to say that this morning when I saw you come in
with a group of apparent friends. Notice the name Sarah and the username 3 Ring Circus. As you can see, the username checks out because we can verify that 3 Ring Circus on Instagram is in fact Sarah Nixon.
They're just telling out loud, but they've done that, and also the Havanas.
But what's the big deal with this picture?
Do you remember Tim Russell?
It's certainly not suspicious to hang out with friends.
And he asked about
given that I've already been kicked off YouTube, now I can show you who Sarah Nixon appears to be having a lot of fun with.
Sunday morning show, news program.
owner of Comet Ping Pong in Washington, D.C. James, thank you so much for being here.
This insane conspiracy idea was filled with just lies about this impossible international conspiracy of human traffickers involving Hillary Clinton.
It goes without saying that Elephantis surrounds himself with the highest of the elite class, many of whom mired in patterns of apparent Satanism and human trafficking. A rabbit hole I won't go down again, with the exception, however, of one of Elephantis' friends, Matt Hollenby.
He exposed it all. I don't know if you...
Matt is the program director of the Weiss Foundation, another, quote, nonprofit dedicated to protecting the environment, most notably the oceans. The Weiss Foundation receives its grant money from Oceana Incorporated, which is owned by the Pew Charitable Trust.
Oh my God!
And who runs the Pew Charitable Trust?
As soon as he exposed so much,
Tamara Lozado.
It's a
Tamara,
lot.
welcome.
Thank you.
Tamara is currently the senior vice president at the Pew Charitable Trusts, where she manages government relations for Pew.
Tamara, why don't you give your opening presentation?
Great. Thank you very much, and great to see everybody. Thank you for giving me a job.
Tamara Lozado made an appearance in John Podesta's leaked emails.
Like when there's
Here she writes to John Podesta, quote, "We plan to keep
another Palm Beach
so a swim is a possibility. Bonnie will be Uber service to transport Ruby Emerson and Meve Luzado, 11, 9, and almost 7. So you'll have some further entertainment, and they will be in that pool for sure. The way you perceive this email might depend on how you perceive Evie's Crib, a family blog that was ran by the same Tamara Luzado, and a related blog called Jack's Place.
The cruise happened. He ended up dead.
Notice the labels on Tamara's blog, which are used to help visitors find what they want. To name a few, baby Ambien,
yeah, there's a lot of stuff,
filth,
in history,
parental manipulation, psychopath,
talking about World War II and things like that.
Slurp.
But yeah, if there's any
in this
questions
post,
about
Tamara writes, Evie will be joined in childcare by her buddy Jack, who she links here. This image on Jack's Place shows their baby with a sensor over his privates. Ken and Stephanie, who apparently ran this page, comment below, quote, "Unrated versions of this photo available only to premium subscribers." Jokes or otherwise, this is still more of the same deviant debauchery associated with infants and children coming from this group. And by this group, I mean the single most powerful people in the world. These families belong to vast, extended genealogies, and they fund and control the same non-profit organizations. For example, among Oceana Inc.'s board of directors include the Rockefeller family, a family almost always found near the most peculiar and powerful historical events and organizations. The Terramar Project and those associated with it is like a who's who of the world's global elite. Next, you're going to tell me that Terramar is associated with the Clinton dynasty.
Company called Clonade. I don't know how many people know about it, but yeah, it's a real thing.
Yeah, well, the largest clonade centers in Canada, just by chance. It's pretty wild when you look it up. It's all out in the open.
Military officer Scott Borgerson was listed as a board member of the Terramar Project in 2013.
So I'd like to begin with the topic of public-private partnerships.
Scott is the CEO of Cargo Metrics, a maritime innovation company attempting to, quote, digitize global shipping. The word maritime refers to seafaring, commercial, or military activity. And, quote, maritime transport has to do with the transport of goods or people via waterways. What separates Scott's maritime transport methods from others is its focus on artificial intelligence with the goal of creating fully autonomous giant industrial self-driving ships with particular focus on the international, quote, race for the Arctic.
So the Arctic again is becoming central as the ice recedes, opens up these oil and gas resources and the potential for shipping shortcuts as well.
Human centipede.
I think that there's little clandestine activity happening in the Arctic, but the truth is we don't really know because the United States and Canada aren't really sure what ships are transiting there now. But I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that Al-Qaeda or international terrorism or other transnational crimes such as drugs or human trafficking will go through the Arctic because it's such a long, arduous, still cold place.
Why is this group so focused? on the Arctic Ocean.
I would say a master plan would work because it would force
to this
capital and finance ministers and governors and presidents to get together to make the basic projects in the Arctic happen.
It's unfathomable. Just
a normal day starts waking up quite early, about 5 o'clock. Get my emails done in bed gently before Joan wakes up.
Let's just say
then I try to keep up with the news.
It's really hard.
One or two organizations that are doing global issues, so very important. I know what's going on in the world.
Ever taught, even us and even our parents.
The Podesta leaks revealed that Richard Branson met often with his friends Hillary Clinton and John Podesta.
Exactly.
And Branson's Necker Island is directly next to Epstein's Little St. James Island.
I remember,
even The Guardian reported that Epstein had Branson's personal phone number.
Realized it.
One section of Branson's Island is called the Elders' Temple, a location where many older and still powerful people meet up to discuss their quote, philanthropic endeavors.
We hope you enjoy your flight
major
with Virgin
depression.
Atlantic.
It was
and
just,
hope to be there
it was
in
just
approximately 35
now,
holidays.
Now that
Thank you
I'm
and enjoy your holiday.
Like I almost
Branson's plane company is partnered with the Radcliffe Foundation, which is owned by Frank Giustra, who created the Alpida Project, the logo of which bears a striking resemblance to the boy lover pedophile symbol.
I absolutely went through that stage with the same thing where you're fearful because you're learning all this stuff and it's so overwhelming. It seems so massive, and like you're sitting at the bottom of Mount Everest and you're like, holy crap, I have to climb this whole mountain of information to get to the top, right? And that's very overwhelming. But think about all those Sherpas that do it all the time. You have all these Sherpas that are surrounded by you right now, and they're willing to help you up the mountain. And it's really not that hard when you see that there's thousands of us resting up this mountain together, just pulling each other along. Because this mountain, once you get to the top, and you sit there and you just get to see the view, it's beautiful. And that's what we're all doing together. So, I mean, don't feel that you have to have all the weight on your shoulders and your shoulders alone, because it's amongst all of us, and we all got each other's backs.
Each one of you.
I lost a husband in the process, and even though we're still married, he doesn't live here anymore. And a lot of my family is, I think my brother is the only one that's awake for the most part. The others are kind of coming around. But, and the people that I work with.
I've seen enough to be confident in the postulation that Terramar was set up to create a kind of separate society, or to facilitate one that already exists. A new world with its own laws, the locations of which scattered across several privately owned islands and clandestine sections of the Arctic Ocean, some of which could potentially be
able to take everything you've
human trafficking on a global scale, involving internationally connected intelligence agencies, politicians, and billionaires. I don't pretend to know why trafficking children seems to be a requisite.
And it becomes so just
but the reality that such an operation exists is undeniable to me. If the censorship regarding this topic should tell us anything, it's that we're almost certainly onto something unbelievably big. I truly believe this to be the case. I truly believe there are children currently surviving circumstances at the hands of evil and suffering at a rate the likes of which I don't think I have the ability to properly imagine. And a large part of me feels my videos on this topic are not actually helping children currently in harm's way, but simply revealing how seemingly impossible it is to do so. While this could be true, our brief pain of feeling unable to help pales in comparison to the suffering endured by children all over the world who are at this very moment truly defenseless and truly suffering. If nothing else, what's most important is knowing in our hearts this is real and happening now, because it's only from there that progress can begin. So I ask, what do you think about Maxwell's Terramar project?
And I've proven
what does your heart tell
throughout
you?
my family, my siblings, 1,000 times I've given examples. Just recently at Christmas, we were all together. I don't know. People got sick, and everybody mentions about, I caught this, I caught
it's all taken care of.
But they don't.
You're really going to enjoy these.
Didn't get sick. It was in the same room. And I give these examples. That's right. And in the same breath, I'll talk about how I had COVID 3 months ago. Stuff like that. And it makes you just want to just ram your head into a wall. Same thing with the.
If you want to see our videos continue, and you think they're important, and you think like they're worth $1, please support them on Subscribestar or Patreon. And keep your eyes peeled on my Twitter, where I'll be announcing the next drop.
That's what the last speaker was talking about as well.
It is exhausting. But along the same lines in this conversation, we talk about, being awakened, and then you have, some spaces out there that are talking about ascension. I'd be curious if anybody in here wants to expand on, how the hell do you ascend into what they're calling, a higher dimension when there's still so many people stuck in the one we're in, and it coexists.
That's our job.
On that whole thing about, Hillary and all the things that she's doing.
Expand on that a little bit further, please.
One of her goals was to get the DNA from the Tomb of Gilgamesh. I mean, that's a real thing. She inquired through emails to various people about that regard. Now, why would somebody want that? To be stronger.
Sorry, I couldn't hear anything.
You can't, you can't hear Turtle talking?
No.
The second Turtle? Okay, well, I'll drop you down real quick and then we'll bring you right back up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we might call him Snapping Turtle, because
you have no idea, brother. You have no idea.
Well, and Turtle number 2, I just wanted to say, so Turtle number 1 and James and JP, I was telling you guys about this interesting conversation in a space a couple days ago about currency, and Turtle number 2 was in there, so maybe after we could discuss the old versus the new currency and stuff like that. And he's got an interest
marked all at once if you want. It's an awful big red pill.
Well, no, I didn't want to steer the conversation because Ree did want clarity on her and what she was discussing, and I'm just bringing her back up so she can ask you or us questions and whatnot. So.
Yeah, I was just touching back on the Hillary thing with, people wonder why people that don't know, right? They wonder, oh, that's not real. Why would that be real? She was literally trying to take over the world, part of a much bigger program that's all going to come out. It's all coming out in little drips right now, and it's going to be a flood very soon. And if you're not ready, if you're not prepared mentally to handle some of the most ugliest shit you've ever seen people do, you better start getting there. Move that way quick, because the stuff that's coming out is ugly, sinful, bad in every way possible, and it's stuff that I can guarantee you probably anybody in this room would never want to do to a child. And that was the core of all this movement in the first place. Among it being a much longer history of us being corrupted and taken advantage of and kept in slavery. I mean, there's all these things that they're being dealt with at once right now, currently. So your deep state and all that stuff is already squashed. News media is lies, right? And a lot of it is that way on purpose, because that's going to be the part of waking up those other people that aren't awake yet, and they're in for some really crude, harsh things coming their way. And all we can do is stand down, as we're told to stand down as a digital army, and do our absolute best to red pill the shit out of everybody we know. I've lost family and friends, but you know what? There's no cost not worth it. We're talking about the reformation of everything we know, a reunification with our true history, and a much better world than what it has been.
So do we think of this Epstein flight list being talked about again and put to the forefront? I mean, looking at these pieces being pushed forward. So do you feel that this is timing right now because of the new disclosure?
Absolutely. Everything is timing. And this entire movement, Q started long ago, right? Initially, it got its kick in the pants into this movement with JFK and his assassination, allegedly.
Well, speaking of timing, I've heard other people opine in some of the other spaces that, things are going to start picking up and moving rapidly because there is a collapse of the economy, that's going to be on Joe Biden's watch. So, in essence,
nothing can move forward until Biden is done. We believe that that's already happened, and they're just getting the story ready. The monetary change that's coming is going to be phenomenal, and I can tell you why, which will give a little bit of facts for you to process. Donald Trump did what's called a capitulation tour. He flew around to every nation. Right? And he did, for instance, the walk with the Queen. He did the sword dance in Iraq, which if you know anything about that type of stuff, that's royalty only. Nobody just gets that handed to them and gets to do it, especially a white man, right? We're talking about Iraqi in their history of kings and queens and whatnot. So
he went to Scotland.
Yeah, well, he's from Scotland.
Yes, sir.
And there's a longer story behind even that. Donald Trump has literally played his part. This is what you have to realize. He's an actor just like everybody else you see. There's a good chance he's been replaced by an actor along with many others. This is a large-scale global operation for the betterment of the entire world.
Can we take it back to Gilgamesh real quick? Are you sure she was going to get his DNA, or do you think she might have been there to bow at his feet? Because I'm pretty sure by that time, they probably woke that dude up.
She wanted the location of the tomb of Gilgamesh.
Absolutely. She wanted to be escorted there, get permission to visit it.
Right.
Because, yeah, it was there. And if my math is correct, I mean, some of those fallen had 400,000 year lifetime, lifespans. I see thumbs down. Go ahead and jump in. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, I'm not too worried about what she was going to do with it, right? That doesn't matter because she's already dead in a box and 6 feet under.
Right, if we believe that Gilgamesh is even there, then we have to believe the rest of the story, and that's that there are giants working with our military in Antarctica to bring us down.
Antarctica, you're talking about a whole other can of worms, and I'm happy to go that way. But to focus on more of the current narrative here as we know it, I mean, all those things have been stopped. So, I'm not even going to get into the whole flat Earth ice wall thing. That's man.
Well, truthfully, before we go in that direction, guys, James and Jay, are you guys there?
I'm here.
James?
Yeah.
Paging James. Okay. Well, anyway, Turtle, do you want to give us your take on what you're talking? I think I caught the tail end of what you're talking about, and I think it was V-Space, right? You were talking about how this new currency that you were talking about, it's been in circulation. Like, it's been a while and it's already here and stuff like that. You want to elaborate on that?
Well, as of today, you should be getting the new bills out of ATM machines. And then over the next couple of days, they'll be in the banks. And that is all part of a whole other narrative that some people follow and many don't. I've looked into it. I've talked to several people around the world, and I've listened to several websites around the world, such as the Central Bank of Iraq, putting out their own news to their people. Things are moving and changing quickly and rapidly. The currency, our New York Stock Exchange is going to crash. It's going to happen. And when it does, it's going to appear super ugly for a minute. And, we might lose power for a day. People want to say 10 days, but what you have to consider is why would we be losing power in the first place, right? So why would you need to shift? What would you need to do to shift everything from the way we currently know it to the Starlink satellite system, right? It's all a reset. There's a whole bunch of things coming.
So is it official as of today that the dinar has been reinstated?
I can't verify that.
Do you think the Zim might go with it?
You're going to get into NDA territory there, brother.
All right, bro.
So with the dinar, that's what everything is waiting on, right? And when I say everything, that will include any of those other questions of other things, right? It's all basketed, whatever. I'm not even going to get into all the theories behind it. All I know is that we need it. Everybody needs it. So Trump flew after this capitulation tour, because that's where I was going with all this. He flew to the Vatican. Not only did they get they removed texts from the Bible, apparently, as so I'm told, but they also took 650 planes worth of gold, and this is verified, right? So then they took that gold, and from what I gather, they have restored it to the nations where it belonged. They didn't just bring it all here. They took it to where it's supposed to be it digitally or however that works, maybe from here, I don't know to what extent, right? So you take a country like Africa, who has never, ever, ever been in their own power, been able to excel and grow and industrialize. Then you take all the other countries that are getting their gold back, and you imagine what that's going to be like for each of those countries for the first time ever to be able to grow and mature and expand and become a world power all their own, all together. The goal is planetary. It always has been with Q. And there is no QAnon. It's Q and there's Anons. Anons are people much more talented than myself. I am an information grifter. I'll be completely honest with you. But my thing is I'm super analytical about things. And so I follow the trails and I develop the network of what I think is going to happen. And I look at the options, right? So that gives me a different kind of an edge as an Anon. So I've been watching all these other people talking about all these other things, and knowingly, because I've done my homework, that it's all for the good of the planet. Iran, the wars, all these little things just blowing up tunnels and floods everywhere and earthquakes. Every single thing you see has something to do with getting rid of child trafficking. That's what this is all about. That's how it all started. And he's using that just like he's doing in his court situations, right? He takes something and he finds the flaw and he breaks that flaw and opens up the other narrative that people weren't thinking was going to be the truth. He's literally doing that with everything. He's a 5D chess player. His IQ is super high. And he's played dumb because he was brought in to do so.
So
by the white hats.
Can I like today, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, today, if I go to an ATM, I should be able to get a new currency out? Is that what I'm hearing?
You're gonna get
it depends on where you're at, bro.
You're gonna get gold-backed money. However long that takes for them to change out the old bills that you have for the new bills. Whatever the protocol is in your area with your banks is what's going to define how long that takes.
Okay, so if somebody does that, if somebody gets that, I mean, how do you know whatever they're posting is the real, is real?
Well, it's all your new bills. Okay, so if you take out your money right now, look at your money, and you look at the date on the money of when it was created.
17 is the oldest, right?
Right. So the stuff that's coming out is going to be brand new. And it does not say Federal Reserve on it. It's gold-backed dollars.
No, is that considered?
I just want to see it.
Is that considered central bank digital currency? And if it is,
no, it's not. Central bank digital currency is done. They're not doing anything. Just like Bitcoin is probably done too. Bitcoin was created to be nefarious.
Well,
it was created to track
Turtle. I was most interested the other day when I heard you talking just about that you had seen this new currency, that it was in circulation prior to today or prior to yesterday, and then it had some sort of blue band on it or something, right?
Yeah, that's already in. They already have those. If you have a new $100 bill,
but you've seen it, you've touched it, you've seen it with your own eyes. But you don't have any picture of it or nothing like that?
Not the brand new stuff, no.
So is this that rainbow currency that we've seen?
No, people have called it that, but that's not necessarily what it's called. Rainbow currency came from a different idea, and you can imagine the people behind it because there's a rainbow involved.
Okay.
I'm just going to leave that there.
Gotcha.
the CBDC, right? The digital world coin is not going to happen just because it was going to be nefarious and still track things. What they're doing is they're shifting all the financing, all the record keeping, all the web space, all the anything and everything is going to go over to the quantum system, right? Now, I'm not saying go get your QFS account and spend your money in there and get your money stolen. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there is a quantum system being developed. It's already developed. They've already been testing it. Starlink will be on it. Everybody will be on it. And everything that goes through that network, including all of your money exchange anywhere from probably this day forward, if not sooner, gets tracked meticulously. So they cannot have any more cabal. They cannot go sell nuclear weapons. They cannot go sell part of the wall. They cannot go buy 18,000 children to go get taken care of by people who are going to end them. Right? All your nefarious stuff is going to be done.
So if there's quantum computing involved and everyone's account information is still, grasped in this new system and maintained, then even if the stock market collapses, everyone's account information should still be accessible. Yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as you don't lose the internet or power. I mean, obviously, things like that.
Hey, Carter, real quick, let me say something to that, please, if you don't mind. So, yeah, it's gonna, from what I've been hearing, are you trying to ask, is it like, are you going to lose access to your account once this happens? Because to be honest with you,
no, I'm talking about like 401k money and those type of
things. That's what I'm saying. No, you're not going to lose that. You're still going to have access to it. Smooth transition.
It's all already been converted over to the quantum system. It's there in waiting. And it updates.
Yeah, I mean, you've really been in it for like the last year and a half, a bare minimum of a year and a half. So it's been happening, but they just ain't publicly came out and said it. If you look at the states that turned over to gold-backed currencies, I'm in Texas right now, and we went back to gold-backed currency, and I think in September, other states are following suit. So what he's saying is true.
Yeah, I've seen the gold backs myself as well.
I haven't seen it yet in Texas, but I know that we switched over to a gold-backed currency in Texas in September. I haven't seen it yet.
Specifically, yeah, everybody.
You would think that would be one of the first things that they would make public.
At a specific facility that's known to me that I provided to the Inspector General.
The stock market crashes.
Like street address.
Well, I mean, they can't if they make it if they make that public.
If they made a catcher's mitt,
it will. I think it'll signal that the dollar isn't what it used to be, right? And that would
contract
cause
the other government customer, which was the Central Intelligence Agency.
Not everybody though. Everybody don't know it. You know it. I know it. Not everybody. We talking about millions of Americans that have no clue.
$21 or $22 million.
That would cause chaos.
Bigelow Aerospace
because then people would
facilities in Las Vegas and material analysis equipment. And I have
is everybody else
meeting slides, I saw the paperwork. Like there's a paperwork trail. I've seen all this shit, and I talked to the people involved.
When I left,
Congresswoman in Tennessee,
all of our references.
Well, I'm from Tennessee. Maybe that's part of it.
Specifically scanned in electronically at DIA.
I love that.
Now,
she's like awesome.
I can't say what happened.
I know her voice, and man, you are. I'm wondering if you're that her, just trying to figure out.
What I wanted to clarify is what he said. I wanted to back it up because I see some people laughing down there as he's talking, but you can laugh all you want, but this is the way we're going. Most of the states have gone back to gold-backed currencies. I'm in Texas now. Look it up. All right. You can laugh, but this is where it's going. So I suggest y'all start checking into the stuff. Don't take my word for it or his word for it. Just look into it because it's happening. So you can laugh all the joke on you. I'm going to be laughing at you because you're going to be one of the people kind of lost in the sauce. You have a chance to listen to the information.
Here's the thing, and here's the only amount of time that's really going to matter. Okay, when the dollar crashes, and it's working there, it's working on it right now. It's going to crash hard. And some things might get turned off. Some things might look like we just had an EMP attack, or, you know what I'm saying? It's all going to be narrative for somebody else to try and control you. Ignore that. Ignore it.
And also, I want to point out, since you said the dollar crashing, let's just point to the evidence of that. Right now, our numbers are worse than the Great Depression right now, right? I mean, this recession right here that we're in is the worst we ever seen it. You know why? Because of what he just said. The dollar is gone. They just haven't came out publicly and said it. Over 190 nations are no longer receiving the U.S. dollar, period. No matter what's out there.
And the biggest reason behind why all that is even happening is to break the corruption, right? You take the dollar out of the picture and you make everything tracked on a system where it's more secure than ever before, right? And then you end all that other bullshit, because how are they going to exchange? It's going to be a lot harder for them to do anything. This was always about the children.
Yeah.
Future. I'm still just flabbergasted that, I work in the broker-dealer community on the trading floor, and, we sell fixed income securities, bonds, and whole loans and that type of thing, traffic through community banks and credit unions nationwide. And none of the traders are talking about any of this in our morning sales calls. So Nobody's mentioned anything about the BRICS nations. And for the life of me, I want to say something, but I can't do it in that platform. So I do it after the call, just with specific people. But they all seem like they've got their head in the sand, and it just slays me.
I can tell you why.
Well, hey, and Turtle, let's you can tell her why quick, but let's get to the hands after. Let's go to Rick and then Baby Teeth. I'm sure they want to comment or have questions. So go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, thanks for that. I seen a guy, one of the guys I follow said in Mexico, some of the shops didn't want to take the U.S. dollar. But while I've got my hand raised, Joe Rogan is waking up so many people on his podcast. I put down the purple pill. He was talking about the Epstein client list. He's talking about some big bankers that are involved. And he said it's going to be like a house of cards. You'll have to watch the interview. Somebody I follow posted, I just reposted it. But he said if he goes down, he's taking Bill Clinton. He said, what about Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, and these big bankers? They're not going to go down quietly. They're going to take other people with them. That's what I believe. But you need to check out that purple pill where I posted it in the nest. It's real good, interesting story there. But I just had to share that.
And just to answer,
I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna go check that out, Rick. You got in the nest or the purple pill?
I put in the purple pill. I'm not sure how to put stuff in the nest.
All right, I'm gonna go check it out real quick.
And just to answer Ree, they did it that way because they have to. If any bank members do know what's happening, they are under a very, very strict NDA. They cannot talk about it. The most we can get out of them is, that there is going to be some exchanging soon, but they don't have a date. That's the most they've been allowed to say so far.
Yeah, because they don't want to cause like I said, they don't want to cause a panic, right? Yeah, they don't
want to have a bank run because they don't have the money.
Right, I got you. And I'm very familiar with the non-disclosure.
Okay, let's get to the hands.
Yeah, Baby Teeth, did you have a comment or a question? I think you did.
Well, I'm going to ask this first question. Okay, with the Nasara Jasara that I've been hearing forever, is that if we get all this money back, isn't that going to just be the same thing as inflation? We are going to lose buying power. So that...
No.
Okay, if I all of a sudden get like $1 million back from back taxes or whatever, and my neighbors all get the same amount of money, why am I working? How can I buy something?
Let me share this. Can I share this with you, please? Let me share this with you real quick, Baby T. And if you can, just both y'all kind of mute, please. Thank you. So let me share this with you. Back in the day, way back, right when gold was the standard, all our ancestors, everybody's ancestors had gold before it got confiscated. Well, since you're going back to gold-backed currency, what's going to happen with this whole system is that's also going to get bought up, right? Based on your lineage. But everybody had it. Gold used to be the currency around the world. Y'all know that, right?
I'm familiar with that, but what I'm asking is that if I get a lump sum of cash or gold or whatever, crypto or whatever you're calling it, it's going to be it's not going to be as valuable.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Just hold on. Let's answer the question that's being asked. So yes, you're exactly right. So why, if everybody has $1 million, why would anybody ever possibly work again? Because it makes no sense, right? So that was a question when I first started reading about Nassar that plagued me, right? Because I'm like, well, if a guy there'd be nobody to be janitor, there'd be nobody to dig ditches, there'd be nobody because there'd be no reason to, right? Because so that's where it changes though, because once we get outside of that, then we start asking those whys, and then we start getting into the right questions is, how much technology have they hidden from us? Are those jobs even necessary anymore? Is everybody working on the plantation doing the job they assigned? Is that productive for society, where if everybody was allowed to do the job they are passionate about, then there would be plenty of jobs filled, right? So there is elements to this that are going to kind of unlock as we go through this experience. But just understand that there's a reason for everything, and everything has a reason. So don't worry about the minute details.
No, that's not good enough for me. This is a push for 15-minute cities. Having a digital
it's not. But nobody's ever talking about a digital currency. Can I finish? No, we don't talk. Well, can I finish? I mean, I hear where you're going with this. You're worried this is the cabal 15-minute cities, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. We've heard this a million times. It very well could be, but everything that we're seeing that's happening points the opposite direction. I mean, that's your choice though. If you want to live into the fear side of it, then that's cool. If you want to live on the positive side.
I'm not afraid. I'm seeing India, because India went to a digital currency. They did away with all cash transactions, and their country has gone to shit because of it. And that's an example that's currently happened.
You've been in a CBDC technically your whole life. I mean, look what we use every time. When we go to the cash register, we're using debit cards with chips in them. So everything that they're saying, I mean, you kind of been in it already. I'm just saying, it's not gonna happen. You're in the middle of it. They're getting out of that though. This new system is getting out of the CBDC, right? This was all
a Swift system. I can still have cash and go and buy drugs illegally if I want to, right? Now, if I get to a system where I'm not allowed to have cash, everything is monitored.
But we're not going to that. But that's the thing. That's not the system we're going to. It's not going to that system.
What's to stop me from coming in and clubbing you in the head and getting your passcodes and getting your information?
But you're still hold on, pump the brakes. When we understand the Jasara, you know that we're not going to a cashless society. We're still going to have cash. It's actually going to be a promissory note instead of a debt note. It's going to change the way we view money, and it's going to show us what money really is, not what the perception of money is, because we're not going to have credit cards. We're not going to have home loans. We're not going to have car loans. All that shit's out the door. If you want to buy a home, you're going to save money. You're going to do it the way that it is, which steads off inflation, which keeps pricing right, which keeps goods right, which keeps everything correct. We've been a fascist country for 200 years. We haven't been in capitalism. Once you understand what pure capitalism is, it's mom and pops, it's not corporations. So we have to rethink and retrain our minds, everything we know about economics and how it's supposed to work. And that's where we're starting. So just take a breath. Everything's going to be fine. There's some really smart people figuring this out.
You're acting like I'm afraid or I'm unaware of what's going on. I exactly know what you're talking about.
You sound like you're kind of afraid, to be honest.
I'm not afraid. This is talking about supply and demand. If you inflate the market with supply, meaning gold or whatever you want to call it, the demand of it decreases. And here comes
That's not true. That's why it's not. Hold on.
Wait, hold on. In the current system that is running, you're absolutely right. Absolutely. But that's all about to change. We're going back to the laws of 1776. We're starting some shit over, because that's about the time they decided to start screwing every one of us. You're at the tip of the iceberg, Reed. Just the tip. And there's so much more information coming. That's
all right. Here's the other question I've always had: is like when people are selling gold or silver, right? If I know that the end of the world is going to happen, and the most valuable thing in the world is gold or silver, I'm not going to be selling it. I'm going to be keeping it because that's where the value is. That's how you are the king of the castle. And if I'm selling it, then that means it doesn't have the value that I think it does.
That's just another rabbit hole with another conclusion that's not the correct one. Because again, the entire system, and I mean entire system, you already have banks that are closing down. You've already had bankers that have been let go of. That's going to go much, much farther. You're going to pay a flat tax every year for the first time in your life. You're not going to have any debt. If you have a loan that's over a year old, guess what? It's gone. All paid for. And there are so many other rabbit holes attached to that, I don't even want to get started on it. But I'm well aware and well studied on the whole thing, and I can tell you.
And Turtle, and to add to what you're saying, Turtle, to add to what you're saying, the only time that debt is actually debt when it's paid with gold, it can only be paid with gold and silver. So debt can only be paid with gold and silver, not a U.S. note, not a U.S. bank note.
And it's
I get the idea of fiat currency not having value. All I'm saying is that even gold will not have value when it comes to me and my castle of food. If you have gold, well, why would it? I mean,
because the whole entire world is going to this system. Now everybody's doing it. That's the new currency.
I think transitional currency, like, you know what I mean? If this new currency is out, like they say, and it's a smooth transition from what we call money now to what they are willing to call money because it says promissory note on it, and then the exchange is for silver or gold, then that takes away all the issues, right?
Will I have the gold or silver in my hand, or will I have a paper that says I have gold or silver?
You'll have a paper, but it'll say promissory note versus saying nothing.
Thank you. So therefore, somebody is holding all the gold and silver that actually belongs to me, but I don't have it in my hand. So therefore, the control is in this person.
You can buy
no.
You can do it whatever you want.
Okay, let me say it. So I'm supposed to trust a bank, this new bank system, or whatever you want to call it, and they have my best interests in heart because they're taking out the dark cabal and all those fuckers, the pedophiles and whatever they are. And so now I have all this paper of, it's not called fiat dollar, it's called promissory note, right? But it's a note.
Turn it all into silver. Turn it all into something you hold in the coin.
Yeah, that literally took it out of my mouth. I was just gonna ask, do you own any precious metals like gold or silver? Because even if you do, which I suggest that everyone have a bit, right? But even if you do, you're still going to need, I mean, I believe we're going to a new system. So, but either way, new system, old system, you still need to use that paper currency.
I mean, a single silver coin right now is going, an ounce is at about $26. So, you know, you buy a couple of coins for $26 and then you have that much money in your hand as palpable cash or whatever you want to call it, you know, forever pretty much. And if it goes higher, then you have more. But, you know, and if you accumulate some and it goes to where there's actual wealth in it and you're saying, you know, I need to turn it on, I'm not going to just turn it into something else. Well, then you just take one and turn that into something else and hold the rest. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
I think what a lot of people are missing is value is in the eye of the beholder. So if I take all my fiat dollars and I buy a bunch of classic cars and sit here and wait on them to become valuable, that becomes money. Tools become money, bullets become money, guns, food, whatever you got, that becomes money because that becomes valuable. Doesn't matter if you hold it and you don't sell it. At some point you're going to say, okay, I'm going to sell my silver because I have to buy food with whatever, you know, if silver's money, that's what you've got to do. So if you're holding it, you've got a whole bunch of valuable stuff, but unless you exchange it, it has no value. You have to exchange it for food, for bullets, for whatever.
Exactly. If shit hits the fan, then Jack Daniels is going to be a commodity. Any liquor in a bottle that's sealed is a commodity, is a
vodka turtle. Vodka's going to be the one. I'm telling you right now.
I only drink clear vodka.
And then the old silverware, right, y'all? The old silverware is actual sterling silver back then. They had old silverware that's actual silver that'll be worth some money. So, Baby T, Baby T, just real quick, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I answered your question earlier. I mean, that's the new currency. So if precious metals, gold, silver is going to be the new currency. So if you have it, you're going to get to, you're not going to starve.
If I have a bedroom full of gold and silver, I mean, what's to protect me from somebody that doesn't have it? If the apocalypse comes, I'm taking it, right?
Just on that point, but Baby Teeth, on that point, again, if you look at historically, what's held its value throughout time the longest and the most throughout time completely, right? So that just answers your question right there, I think. But
you have to invest in the other precious metal, lead.
Exactly. You have to
so I'm going to
prepare
kill a bunch of
accordingly.
people. I'm going to kill a bunch of people to hoard all this stuff, and that's going to be the Christian values that I live with.
Well, no, you do whatever you feel like you have to do at that point. I mean,
and guys, real quick, I gotta say this.
All the issues.
I gotta say this. We're getting a bunch of requests, so if you haven't been talking for a bit or you get bumped down, we're gonna just have to rotate. So don't feel a certain way.
Yeah,
anymore.
Don't be a liberal about it. Just take it like a man, or a woman, or whatever.
Yeah, if your hand isn't up, then we know you don't have a question. It's simple. If your hand isn't up.
And if you get offended by Dave Chappelle, then you can just leave the room. Just kidding.
I got another remedy for y'all. You can always go buy colloidal silver at Infowars.com.
No. That's enough of that nonsense in here. I'm not.
That was funny. That was good though. That was good.
I can't do that too much. I'll get a headache again.
Oh, bro, did you hear James's voice? You could just hear as he talked. He was struggling because he was doing Alex Jones with you last night. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, if you do the screaming version, it's gonna sure make your thoughts. So let's go to the hands.
Yeah, Patriot, I want you to save your beautiful voice because I know you have riffraff and that other dude that's got a good voice too. But I want you to save that 6'6" beautiful voice of yours. You're gonna be a singer someday.
Hey, shut up.
I heard you singing in the shower, my dude. It was
wait a second. Did Patriot serenade you, dude? And you guys are just not sharing it with us, or what?
Oh yeah, he had his shower shoes on and everything. His slides.
Fuck that. He lied. Hey, don't listen. Hey, y'all, don't listen to that dude, man. He lied.
Well, you are from Texas. Anyways, let's move on.
Yeah, let's go to Joe, and then we'll hit up the Fringe and Awake.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back a little bit to the kids. See, one of my interests is this Gilgamesh topic. So when you guys talk about, I was just wondering, what do you guys think was actually the case for the war in Iraq? Because I'm pretty sure I have an idea.
Stargates?
You think Stargates? I think it's likely if cloning, well, it's obvious that cloning is real. If there is, if they do find this, the DNA of a giant or something. See, Gilgamesh was, it's a legendary character, not necessarily a good guy or bad guy. I guess, it changed in history. Things changed.
Wasn't that basically Nimrod?
Yeah, to some, yes. To some, no. It's complicated. It depends on your perspective. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a lot of people here lately. I've been hearing this discussion about like the Antichrist and whether or not, like, who's the Antichrist, who's not the Antichrist. And I'm big on philosophy, so I think it has a lot to do with your perspective. You know what I mean? So, like, it's, for example, in my opinion, I see the quote-unquote king of England. Yeah, in my opinion, that's the Antichrist. If you use gematria, you can actually figure that out with his name. So, but in my opinion, the reason we went to Iraq was to get DNA from the tomb Gilgamesh. What they plan to do with it, that is up for discussion.
They might be selling it and shooting it into each other's eyeballs or assholes for all I know, but damn, that's interesting.
Yep. Yo, Turtle, ain't Gilgamesh like an Anunnaki? No?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, if we have figured out how to clone and do all that shit and consciousness transfer, then certainly they did, because they would have been the ones that probably invented it, right? What up, French?
Hey guys. So happy New Year again. A few things. I'll try to say it as quick as I can. I'm loving the space, by the way. I'm listening a lot, and you know, it's hard sometimes when you hear some things, but you know, it is what it is. I did put down in the comments a bunch of links for the Black Book, Epstein's Black Book, as well as links to Clinton's emails. Now, I don't know if I put in the one that's an easy search for Clinton's emails, but if I didn't, I'll put it down there. I'm still looking for, I have the ones for the Hunter Biden laptop. And let me tell you, it's pretty fucking gross. Okay. So, but the fact is that I have had it, and I'm not like, I had it bookmarked, I had it sent in emails, That's usually what I do, is I'll copy things, and that's what you can do to what I put down there. Copy it and email it to yourself, that way you have it. But if I've got it and it was given to me, that means it's available. So look for it if you want it. You know what I'm saying? But in the Clinton emails is, everything. But there's also a link to WikiLeaks files, so you can find fucking anything in there. And then also Podesta's in there as well. So there's that. I know the chick there is talking a lot about, that it's not fear and whatever in the what if, about the money and the blah, 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 blah. Well, it doesn't matter what it is, but basically what it comes down to is you're fearing the actions of another person. So that means you're trying to control another person. And the thing is that we're moving to a state where you have to be okay with another person being themselves, right? like love another person and accept them for they are over there. But also learn your boundaries as like, this is what I'll take from you and this is what I won't take. You know, you teach people how to treat you, but when you're coming from a state of like, well, what if I have all this food and like people come and it's basically you're looking at, you're worried or concerned about what another person is going to do. So, you know, you're still wanting the rules and restrictions and wanting to control another human being. And when you got to realize that.
No, I'm just being realistic.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. When I'm saying this as a person, like just a regular statement, okay? What I said is the reason why I'm bringing it up is because of what you were stating, okay? It's not a personal thing to you, but take it how you want it. I really don't give a fuck. But when you have that perspective where you're trying to change another person, you got to understand that we're all connected, and eventually everybody's going to get that, right? Energetically, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, whatever. We're all connected. But we have energetic spheres of energy where we all kind of interact. Like if you join this space, you're in the energetic sphere of this space. It's a collective consciousness, just like in other spaces. When you're trying to control another person or you're concerned about what they may do, you got to understand that that's a reflection of you. But it's also, if you want to do that to another person, that means that they're going to do it to you. Like it's you're putting that out to the universe. So then you're going to get more control in your life. You're going to have more people trying to, want to restrict your own actions. So it's a deep kind of subject, but I just want to throw that out there. Sorry, I'm trying to say it as fast as I can because I know there's a lot of people in here. But gold, and y'all know how I feel about all this type of stuff anyways, most of you do. But when you think about gold, you want to talk about this, don't think third dimensional, think like higher consciousness, like, think like that even links to the Anunnaki, okay? It links to Nibiru, it links to all that kind of stuff, right? And the gold and the silver, it's wonderful, it's beautiful, right? I've had lots of gold, I've had lots of silver, blah, 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 whatever. And it's connected to Saint Germain, right? So you want to go down that rabbit hole, like kind of level up the consciousness when it comes to the topic. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just going at, oh, well, it's gold, it's money. No. It has nothing to do with money. Although if you want to look at that as a small perspective of what that particular element may be, but these are actually elements, okay? And every element, we have gold within us as well, right? We have silver within us, we have copper, right? So these are all elements. It's what makes up us as a humanity because we're connected to the earth, right? And they're also vibrational frequencies, right? So gold is one of the highest consciousness frequencies on the earth, right? So if you have gold around you, it's going to raise your own vibration as well as silver, right? So going back to these type of currencies and all this type of stuff, like, I don't necessarily agree with all that because, I'm one of these people that went back before 2012 and went against the banks and with documents that were filed under UCC law, right? Basically breaking down the debt slavery system, and it was done through UCC law, which is a corporation. Pardon me?
Can you start finding me at work?
I don't know what you said, but anyway, so that's basically it. The debt slavery system, and the true currency, like the debt slavery system. I know you threw me off. Just give me a second, and I'm going to finish.
To land your plane. See, it's a conversation, so can you just land your plane, please?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah. Well, I was about to, but then it kind of threw me off. So the gold, I get it if you guys want to think that way, that it's a, gold-backed currency that we're moving to, but that's kind of like, it would be like going back in time, right? Quantum is reality, and there are other, there's everything from parallel time matrixes, right?
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to the next hand. Like I said, land your plane means complete your thought. You're on 12 different thoughts. So thank you. You can keep a mic and put your hand back up, and I'm going to get to something. Thank you.
My point is the true currency is us.
Okay, well then I'll just remove you if you can't listen to the host. Say thank you.
Hey JP, guess what, bro? I'm gonna buy you some flowers so you can quit being so moody today.
I'm not moody, dude. When people don't respect people, that's lack of respect. When you ask them nicely and politely and they still disrespect you, then that's lack of respect for you and everybody else in the room.
It's a light day, Patriot. He's only removed 2 to 3 people. It's
my goodness, really?
I've been really good today. I have been really, really good.
No, just remove. No room removal, only mic removal, and I mean, I'm not saying anything.
I can honestly tell you, I've never removed anybody from the room. I will remove microphones, but that doesn't mean if you put your hand back up, you can't come back up. All I'm asking is be respectful of everybody else.
Hey JP, turtle up there. He removed motherfuckers from the room. You better ask him.
Well, that's why I got Turtle's my enforcer.
Oh, bro, you missed it. You missed it, Patriot. The other day, he bounced somebody, rightfully so, and then he apologized for it. And I was only offended because he apologized. That was really the only thing.
All apology does is give someone the right to be offended. If you don't apologize,
I only apologized to the host, which gave.
I see how it is.
Which gave the host.
Fucker.
You know what I mean? That one step back from it so then he could play it however he wanted to. I had no worries that JP was doing anything except laughing at what I had just said to.
Oh, bro, absolutely. He's the one that kept giving him a mic because he was laughing so hard. I saw those emojis.
No, but I'll
They've come out with a lot of really interesting studies showing how the brain syncs up, even across long distances, whether it's playing Xbox or meditating. I mean, they've actually done EEG study science on brains syncing up non-locally. So I think it has. Of course, I think it has something to do with that because you're changing your brainwave thought forms and you're grabbing and thinking in this different field, and it's just the same with remote viewing. It's just, it's just extending your vision consciously and by choice.
And maybe unconsciously as well. Hey Heather, Happy New Year. How are you?
What's up? Happy New Year. I'm okay. So I was wondering, have you guys ever thought about collective consciousness as like a well filled with water? And the fact that since there's more of us, there's less water to go around, right? And maybe that's why we're kind of like disconnected from the abilities it seems like we used to want to have, like the knowledge and abilities that we used to have, but we no longer have. Maybe it's because, and you see it with different secret societies, right? They call for like a minimization of the number of humans alive, right? Like, like 500,000 and like that's it, right? Why do they do that? Is it because there is a collective consciousness and it's kind of thinned out? And so if we were less in numbers, maybe we'd gain that knowledge from that well because the well would be able to fill up again. There'd be more water to go around because there's less people. Not that I'm advocating for that, but you ever thought of that? Because Jewel